Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday. Good to see you, Starfighter. Welcome in. What am I doing today? I have no idea. What does the to-do list say? What's up with steam to tin, oxygen on rails? Oh, and aluminum and duralumin. Right. So that is the to-do list. Oh, I should probably drop my going live notification in the Pi Discord. That's always a good thing to do. All right. What do I have as far as general opening shenanigans today? Thanks a lot to all the YouTube viewers for the great response on the Crestorio video from last Friday's stream. That was really good to see. Welcome to all my new viewers and subscribers there. The pushing towards 100 subs on YouTube has been bursty, but that new video seems to have brought some new people in, so I will reiterate the plug that when I hit 100 subs on YouTube, I'm going to do a only Gleba, everything spoils, probably some other horrible, make my life miserable mods. So if you want to see me do a truly atrocious Factorio run, it'll probably be some sort of extended all-day stream thing to celebrate hitting a subscriber milestone, and as a belated celebration of hitting affiliate on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube, because I'm waiting for 100 subs on YouTube to do that. Playing K2 on Pi Day is all backwards. Yep. I am here to be as confusing as possible. That's my general life goal. Other than that plug about wanting to hit that milestone and the video that'll come out from that, I don't think I have any general broader community stuff. So I think we can jump right into whatever needs to get done today. So a lot of the stuff that we've built on Rails so far is working, but not completely, right? We've got, this should actually be fine here, at least for now, until the tailings dust runs out. But or until the tailings dust backs up, I mean. So we're finally handling the tailings issue. We looked at that. Was that last week on Thursday? I think that was last week on Thursday. So that unblocks pretty much all of our processing of our metals. Tin is running there. We've got copper up here, and lead is still a mess that I need to fix. We've got up here a good size acetylene build. This is back. Oh, my alt mode's off. That's horrible. Sorry about that. This is now backed up, unfortunately, or very nearly backed up on carbon dioxide. So I'm gonna have to get rid of CO2 from the rail network soon. Stuff we're pulling from the base and pushing the rest of the way. We've got creosote and ash coming in. We've got oxygen coming in from the base, and I am pretty sure that this poor little pump here that's barely topping this tanks up is also just absolutely destroying the oxygen in the rest of my base. I noticed when I was looking at my save the other day that we're not getting enough oxygen into iron. So I need to disconnect that O2 hookup and double check that my actual O2 not there. Where do I do it? Somewhere I have a bunch of, well, here's some of them. Yeah, a bunch of electrolyzers. And they are running full blast. So we need more electrolyzers, and or we need to turn off the... I'm worried about the hydrogen. Maybe I shouldn't be. Okay, because yeah, this feeds hydrogen to the Relisias. And then when that overflows here, we go up here. Yeah, and this is fine. We're not backing up on hydrogen. Okay. So I think it is just needing more electrolyzers making O2 in the short term. Possibly also needing some more power soon. I should double check, because I found out that these can... This design is not quite stable, and it can back up on seeds if I'm not careful. This looks like it's doing okay still, though. But that is something to keep in mind, is I redesigned sort of this convert everything to fiber part down at my fiber build down here. And I might need to update my power plants to this template. But for now, this plant seems stable, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. But when I build a new one, I'm obviously going to use the new system, not this design. I'll copy and paste the updated one. But yeah, this seems like it's running just fine. Yeah, this thing is running at... I think the reason that I ended up with 2 of these in this build is that is scaled perfectly for 1 high-pressure steam turbine. So I'm going to need 2 turbines if I go up to 3 wood thingies. Or a turbine and a half. I don't know. I'll have to think about the design for that a little bit. What else is going on, and what else is in bad or weird shape? I think right now just the O2 is the only thing that's really backed up in a way that's blocking me. I need more trains, obviously. That's just my life right now. Whoops. But let's fix O2. Let's get some electrolyzers, and it's raw ores for electrolyzers, right? Well, I can make 1. May as well get that in place while I'm thinking about it. Are we in? We are not. Let me just swap that. All right, 1 more is not going to be enough, obviously, for everything that needs oxygen in my base, all the different paths that the O2 can take through here. But it is a little bit more. How many do I have in total here? 11. Okay, so that is like a 10% buff. I don't think I have any other better ways to make oxygen other than just making oxygen. Not usage. Raft. Yeah, there's electrolysis. Oh, and there's air to nitrogen. Okay. But I don't have a good sink for nitrogen. It's probably easier for me to burn hydrogen than to dispose of nitrogen right now. I do have a small nitrogen plant somewhere up here. And this will feed its oxygen into the system, but it is no UDMH. Yeah. Not right now. I mean, Come on, what are the chances that hydrazine is not in here? Really? No hydrazine? I guess there aren't enough industrial applications for it. At any rate, yeah, I don't have a good use for nitrogen right now. How do I do this? The purest nitrogen goes back in and makes more pressurized air. Oh, right. I feel like this is backwards, but whatever. That purest nitrogen turns back into air, which I can then get more oxygen out of. But it is indeed the situation. So yeah, we're gonna need a bunch more electrolyzers. Oh, and we don't need any of this other stuff in current projects. Let's just ask for a stack of electrolyzers. Let the bots bring this stuff to me and see if there's anything else going on with the mall. How are we doing on... Shafts are still like our mechanical part. What are the ingredients in here? Solder, small parts, and the alloy. I bet I can fit another assembler in here. Is it going to be pretty? Absolutely not, but I can do it. Small parts can just be not an underground. And put fuel in with the long hand. So now I just need solder, and then I need to be able to get this thing out. I do solder. Good enough. And the output. Which is just, oh, is this just an empty piece of belt? This thought it was going somewhere. Not sure. Anyway, if I take this up here, I think I can kind of do like this, and then like that. Is that right? Is that gonna do what I want? I need to power that. Yeah, that works. All right. It's a little bit of spaghetti. It's a couple of expensive longhand inserters, but this should improve my shaft throughput at least a little bit. Cool. I've got my whole stack of electrolyzers, so let's head down there. And let's just make a whole bunch more of these things. God, they're so loud. Configurable. Oh! Yeah, I'm gonna have to adjust that. And then water in. which I should have done before, but that's okay. All right, and then on this side, we're going to put that configurable valve back. Not that I think I actually need it anymore, but in theory, we don't want to back up on this stuff. Wait. How do you have... Ooh. Surprised that was ever working with one of these turned off. I guess my Nexilate demand just isn't that high. Or the supply, rather. Let's see. Get this hooked up. Get water hooked up. Now we can get this configurable valve back. This was a top-up. Oop, don't want that. And then it also needs to connect to these ones down here. Okay. That should be... I mean, besides needing one more of those, because I was a little silly with my sizing choice, and this is 11 instead of 10. Why are you yellow? Backed up on O2. Alright, these are going to try very, very hard to catch up with oxygen demand now. We're probably still going to see it down here. Like, this is going to suck in as much as it possibly can, which is not going to be a lot. But we're making twice as much now, so maybe that'll help. $100 and $200 and odd a second, plus what's here, plus what comes from nitrogen. It's not fantastic by any means, but it is some amount of what we need. Shafts, both machines are running smoothly now. Excellent. We still have a long way to go for us to back up on machine components throughout the base, the shafts and the gearboxes. That's kind of what's keeping me from making more trains right now, is shafts and gearboxes. So hopefully those will catch up. I could disable this splitter and they'd start backing up here. This splitter just feeds bot production, I think. Yeah, Logi and construction bots with gearboxes, and I don't necessarily need that right now. I'd probably rather they stay in this box so that they start backing up and can be available for me to grab and use for trains. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Oop. And then... was there anything else that I noticed was screwy when I was looking at the base in between streams? I don't think so. I think the oxygen was the big one. And that is hopefully better now. Yeah. Yeah, that's getting filled up. That was O2 down here. Ooh, we're low on... How? How are we low on fuel again? Oh. We don't have ash coming into... Well, that's bad. How did that happen? I have one belt coming in. Oh, because this isn't a real belt balancer. That's how this happened. Okay. Yeah, I need to go fix this. Because we need to be able to, if we have these two coming in, they're getting lane balanced, and then they're just getting split. There's no balancing happening here. Okay, let's go fix that. So that means that we have one of those inputs that's just being ignored, which means it's being processed into whatever happens to ash. All right, and I do want these to prioritize. Oh, I missed a splitter in here, didn't I? Okay. I want these two to prioritize left through the flow. And all that means is that we're pushing to these two belts, because these are what run the main base. This runs science, and this runs trees. And then the stuff on this side is, this goes down to, like, rich clay, which is technically also science, but it's such a low demand it doesn't matter. And this goes off and is what feeds ash into the rail system, and one, there's plenty buffered, and two, it's fairly low demand in the rail system. So I am fine leaving that potentially empty. All right, and then if we look up top, we should see, like, a lot more of the ash being sent that way and less of it being sent up to ash processing here. Yep, that is exactly what we see. These two belts are being prioritized. Okay. Well, that's one bug found. This should fix trees, I hope, and hopefully then also fixes because alloys down here are going to start failing if we're not getting antimony, and then I'm going to be sad. So we do need fuel to be coming down here. I'm assuming this antimony factory is also unhappy. Reasonably unhappy, yes. Alright, and the other question is, did I ever get... I know I look at this every flippin' stream, but I'm like, did I get this right? Yeah, I did. preferring to send biomass to whatever this biomass consumer is. I think this is fish, possibly. Nope, something else. No, it is fish. It is fish. Yeah. So we prefer to send biomass to fish. Otherwise, we'll take it as a fuel and burn it. But only if we don't have other fuels available. Yeah, that's right. And if we do have enough other fuels coming through, excess biomass will get shunted into here and added to our ash system. And that's all fine. Okay. I'm going to trust that that's correct for now. This is... Oh, this is also pushing oxygen just into the system at a higher priority. Okay, cool. That's fine. How's this one doing up here? Has it kind of started filling? It thinks it's filling. Still pushing slowly, but is that because our O2 is actually being used in the base? Seems like it. We're slowly topping up here. Probably this over, or this top-up valve, and other pumps that are trying to pull O2 down to alloy here, and then up into this thing here, are competing, right? So this is topping up slowly up here, but it is slowly topping up, right? This number's going up, and once this hits 100, or actually once it hits 80, this valve will have less to do. That'll let more of the O2 get pushed this way. This system will fill up, and then eventually the excess from the main base will get pushed onto rails here. But in general, the rail system should start to prefer to pull O2 from here. Nope, that's CO2. From here? Yes, but we're only at 19K so far. So once this hits 25K, it'll start pulling the O2 from here preferentially. Okay, I think that's all working as best as it can right now. What were my tasks? What's up with steam to tin, question mark. Okay, yeah, that's important. And I think that is this tin. No. This tin is fine. Was it this tin? No, this tin makes its own steam with electricity. That's fine. So it must have been this tin. And it seems fine now. Yeah. I'm unsure why I was concerned about that last time. I mean, there's definitely... Alright, yeah, it's not in great shape. We're not pushing that much through, which probably means that we're doing something funky with our coal processing. So this thing up here is running, I mean, pretty much all out, right? Yeah, this doesn't look backed up to me. It's not. We're not backed up on Steam, I don't think. Nothing seems like it is, at any rate. So that means this is pushing its steam down, just like it's supposed to. Down to... Okay, here's where it gets funky. So this processing is supposed to be turning a bunch of its side products into steam as well. And what we have is this steam from up top, tops up this steam, runs a bunch of our coal processing, and specifically tar processing. And then that overflows down into the rest of the network, where it was running, a bunch of these, as well as... Maybe that is the issue. Yeah. It might be a power demand thing. I might have too many of these machines again. I'm always kind of fidgeting, trying to balance this between keeping coal up here, basically running enough to provide ash to the parts of the base that need ash, while also not sucking up too much steam for power here, because I need the steam bus for some other things at this point, and really I should start getting things off of that steam, like just disconnecting tin from that steam and using a few electric boilers is probably the better answer. Because, yeah, this stopped on, required fluid. Okay. So we are effectively running into this running dry at least every once in a while. And the problem is that this steam goes other places, too. Yeah, it's used here for Petri dish production, which isn't a huge deal. If we keep going up... It might just be those two things. Oh, nope, there's one more this way. Where does this pipe go? Oh, this is flora recycling. Okay. So there's only a couple of things that are on this old main steam pipe still. And I should probably just get them off of it. So let's go grab a few electric boilers. And then we'll run around the base and start disconnecting things from the main steam pipe and start using the just switch to electric boilers where we can, and if I have to build another power plant, like, so be it. I can do that. Do I have... do it here. Electric boilers, stack of 10. Are they in the network? No. Okay. So as always, when there is something new that I don't have in the network, let's get it added. Alright, and we do have everything sort of for the intermediates in that, but I can go ahead and grab electric mining drills and whatever I need for gasifiers. Steam engines. Okay. Alright, this is doing much better now with all of this running at, I think, full O2. These guys look like they're moving fine. Oh, yep, low power on a couple of things. Wow. I haven't even put down the new electric boilers, although I did just put down 10 more electrolyzers. Alright, let's, oh, of course, I have this like wrapped around here, so I can't easily copy and paste just the parts I want, can I? Alright, let's get this. And then I will come back for the other half of it. Let's go find a spot and drop down another... I mean, I guess I can just do it right up here, right? There we go. And the other half of that is going to be here, which is the moss and the... All right, cool. So that is most of a power plant, and now I just need to grab the parts of this that I'm going to need, which is like this. Let me double check all that when I'm up there. So what am I going to need project-wise? Oh god, lots of buildings. "13 moss farms." Oops. Fastwood forestry is 3. Let's just head up there and we'll see what the bots can drop down out of my inventory, and we'll see what else I need to grab. That'll be easier. And I might flip this over to YAFC and just double check what I need for the power generation half of this. Five washers, 6 soil thingies. Alright, I am going to need a bunch of pipes and undergrounds. I'll grab those for sure when I'm down there. I need a moondrop greenhouse. I'm going to need 13 furnaces, 3 ball mills. And how many saws? 18. Okay, so that should be all the buildings that I need for this part of it. And then let's flip over to YAFC and see what this can actually generate power-wise, because this is different from what I was doing before with it. Is this one? Yeah, okay. So yeah, this is updated to 3 wood, which is now making a bunch of fiber a second. And that goes into now molten salt. 12 biomass power plants, which will run Yeah, 1.5 high-pressure steam turbines. All right. Yeah, 1.5 heat exchangers, 1.5 high-pressure steam turbines. So if I wanted to have an even number, I'd like have 2 of these, but that's okay. So we're going to need 2 heat exchangers, 2 high-pressure steam turbines, 12 biomass power plants. And what else needs to be done here? Oh, I need to add the biocrud. Okay. So 3 more furnaces and 15 seaweed facilities and a few other things. I said 12 biomass power plants. Two steam turbines. Two heat exchangers. I'm actually going to go for 3 turbines and 3 heat exchangers, and I will build this. Well, definitely I need 3. You know what? I'll do 4 turbines and 3 heat exchangers. So this will run itself at, since this runs 1.5, can we prioritize with some valves? As far as that's probably a very old message, isn't it, that I missed earlier? Are you talking about the steam usage? I could, but like, it's better to get stuff off of it anyway. Yeah, I used to have a bunch of valves doing different things there, trying to keep things prioritized, and I should be getting stuff off of that pipe, and that tin is semi-legacy anyway now, right? So, but yeah, I did used to have some stuff prioritized there, and I got rid of it all because it was basically always wrong. Trying to keep the right amount of steam consumption from power versus making sure steam was available for tin versus stuff for tar cracking. Really, all of that is just going to be better now with rail, right? But for the most part, because it's pretty straightforward just to slap down however many gigawatts I can get out of, well, actually 2 of these. I said I'm going to do 2 of these eventually. But I'm going to build, basically I'm going to build this, I'm going to build one of these, but I'm going to lay down the infrastructure as far as turbines and heat exchangers to build another half of it, to duplicate it. And then the 4th steam turbine is because we're actually going to have 3 of them, quote unquote. It's going to be like 2.5 probably, or a little more than 2.5, powering the main base. But one of them needs to be able to run the power for the power plant itself, so that it doesn't ever brown out. So we're going to have a little bit of that going on here as well. How many of these are here? Yeah, 8, and I said I now need 12. Yep, so it is exactly 1.5 times. No surprises there. This was done really weirdly, wasn't it? Let's just take 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. And then let's lay down like 3 of those as like a module. Figure out where I can put 12 of these easily in relation to this whole thing. And I think it's going to be like here. Which is fine, because this is where we're going to have our wood coming out, right? So if we put down like 1, 2, 3. And then the only part I need to get hooked up to this there still is going to be seaweed, which is 15 crop facilities. And how many doing? 3 high-pressure furnaces making agar. Oh, and apparently 1 electric boiler. Once again, just copy and paste, because this is, 10, and we'll get 5 more. Build on L. Are these not drawn consistently? Oh, they're not. They're weird. Okay. So I need to grab, like, here. It's 2 more. 4 more. 5 total? 15. Yep. This comes right up here, here, and here. And that is actually not real bad as a module. So I can copy this. Effectively, we'll have 2 of these modules running a single set of turbines and stuff over here that I'll have to grab from base. And then this will be another big chunk of power. However many megawatts this makes. 600 and some odd. What's our net, though? 612 net? 600 megawatts net? Let me add the steam boiling to that just so it's accounted for. 588 megawatts net. So if I add the second one of these, that'll be a little over a gigawatt for the full, like, 3 turbine version. All right, we are making all of these types of buildings. Some of them we might have to craft ourselves. Oh, we don't have wood processing units. Okay. So yeah, we'll need to make wood processing units, and we might need to make a few more of the seaweed facilities. Oh, probably the seaweed facilities ran out of limestone, huh? Oh no, they have limestone. They're out of tin? That concerns me. That should be this tin. I thought over here somewhere I had something putting tin into the system. Oh no, it was here. It was off of hot air processing. That's the only tin going into the system. Okay. Yeah, I should put another tin provider chest in place there. Do that down here. Easy enough to do. Like that. Okay, as for the stuff the bots can't bring me, apparently I don't make wood processing units, so I'll grab the stuff for those. That's gonna be... I need to grab some burner miners, some iron plates, and some copper. Okay. Burner miners, copper, iron... Oop, stop making small parts. Grab small parts too. Okay, I'm going to make 1,000,000 copper cable for that. That's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. The seaweed crop facility, I need limestone to make those. Where do I potentially have limestone nearby? I have no idea. Wait, have 2 of these always just been not? I'm so good at this game. Let's see, down here as well. Alright, tin, inductors, steam engines. Let's see, inductors, steam engines. And I just started this thing making a pile of tin over here. Ten of those out of how many do I need? 15? Oh, and I didn't quite make enough of those. I think everything else we've either got or it is on the way. So it's just 5 more seaweed crop facilities. And those just need a lot more tin. All right. That should be everything we need. Let's get this started up here. Oh, and I didn't grab... Where is it going to be? Logistics. A couple of these 10KL tanks. Let's make sure that I, like, copy my logic correctly for these. Oh, these ones are just using... No, I've got... Yeah, if they're both under 2K, then turn on. Okay. Let's grab some of this logic here, because this is going to be important, and I don't want to screw this up again, because I always manage to screw this up. So both sides of the loop are going to have these... This overflow top-up air... Right, which is just buffering whatever part of the system is too much. Shouldn't actually need this, as long as I've got... I'll take it, but I don't think I'm gonna need it. Okay. So this will be... input... If I take my 3... Wait, I thought I made way more than just 9 of those. I must have miscounted. That's okay. Oh, because some got placed. Of course, of course, of course, of course. I'm an idiot. All right, and then one of these will also be on the hot side of the loop. Let's get our 3 heat exchangers, which are going to be making pressurized steam from... All right. So these are all outputting regular salt here, which will be buffered there and feeds into this pipe, which is the hot molten salt here. Or sorry, the cool molten salt. Hot molten salt here will have to come out and be buffered. Here, okay. And then again, we'll put this tank here. And that'll be buffer for hot if we end up with too much hot in the system. Oh, I didn't grab inserters when I was down there. Oops. So we're gonna have one more jump for inserters. That's okay. Okay. This is fine, and then this needs to be hooked up. It's input to each of these. That'll have the hot and the cool molten salt. Hot molten salt comes through here. I'm just going to drop that so that we have easier access to this. That'll be hot molten salt coming in. Pressurized water, I forgot to grab a pressure pump for. Hopefully I have the stuff for one. Do. Okay. And then that needs its normal water input, which can come from same place as everything else. And then the high pressure steam comes out here. Into three turbines there, one here. And this is, again, this is separating the power grids between what goes to the main grid and what goes to power the power and keep it from browning itself out. All right, so this only turns on if both of these tanks are below 2,000. So as soon as this hits 2,000, if the system isn't pulling, it'll just pause. So I think it is safe to hook this up. There we go, and it stopped. Perfect. So we've got plenty of buffer space here. I just need to plumb in some of the water for the rest of the system. Oh, I forgot to get greenhouses. Okay. Not called a greenhouse. What are you? Nursery. Or nurseries. Unless I can make them, I cannot. No. Okay, and then we need to make sure that all of this power grid connects over on this side. And that our water input is figured out. So that's over here. Oh. Okay. And if I just grab a pump, get this hooked up here somewhere reasonable. Whoop, and it is ad break o'clock, so I'm just going to finish getting this plumbed together and then take a quick break, top up my water. Thanks for sticking around through the ad and supporting the channel. It is appreciated. Okay, oh, I forgot to grab all the modules that I need too, didn't I? 195 moss, is that right? Wow. Yeah, 15 times whatever. And however many do each of these need? 10 times, what is this, 15 of these? Yeah, 150 of those. Alright, that should be all the modules we need. That'll turn on once it gets fuel. Everything else looks okay. we go. Water through here. Better, 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 better. Okay. Thought I was making... Oh, no, not tree seedlings. Tree modules. Sorry, wrong thing. I was going to say, I thought I had those. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Still just getting my modules sorted. And do I need a little bit more moss? I need a little bit more moss. All right. The Logibots were not feeling cooperative. I think they're all doing stuff at the mall with some of the new recipes that I added when I was down there before. But hopefully I managed to grab everything I need by hand. Oh, I didn't get the botanical nurseries. Oops. All right, we are starting seaweed, though. We'll be starting moss. The tree modules look good. Good, good, good. All right, I think I just need the botanical nurseries then, and this should turn on. Oh, and I might need some tree seeds to bootstrap it with, or actually I have a few logs. It'll bootstrap with the logs that I have in my inventory. That works too. Alright, bots, I hope you have nurseries up here somewhere. Ooh, we might not. Oh, yes, we do. We do. Alright, so with botanical nurseries in place, we just need... this thing to start making some seeds. Start making some seeds. There we go. Oh, and these guys also need ash, don't they? I don't have any of that in my inventory, do I? For once in my life. Oh, yes I do. A little bit. Okay, where's moss? Oh, just finishing its first batch on each of these. I don't see why this wouldn't turn on. It is. This is an identical configuration to what I had down here. As long as I have all of the modules in correctly and all the bits and pieces that everything needs. Yeah, well, low power is a thing. I see satisfaction drop to 600. That can't be right. What is fluctuating that badly? Is my geothermal broken? Ah, no. Okay. So here's the issue when my system is running on... I have more of these than I can actually run off of geothermal, which is fine, but once the buffer empties, it gets pulsy. And there's nothing I can really do about that except to get the rest of this power online ASAP. Oh my god, I am an idiot. I did this totally wrong, didn't I? I completely forgot that I need to turn this into agar first and spoil it. Wow. Well, I'm glad I caught that. For certain definitions of caught. 3 high-pressure furnaces turning all this into agar. Oh, look, they're in my inventory. It's almost like I planned for this. Agar. And these need a little bit of steam, and that'll be off of... I think it's just 1 electric boiler is enough. Yes. Alright, steam and yellow inserters. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and now all this is wrong because it's got stuff on the wrong side of the belt. There we go. Oh, did I just not put inserters on these? Did I mess that up when I copied and pasted them? Lovely. What do I need for that? Those are... Oh no, you're there. Oh, you have fiber. Okay. Yeah, you're all just filling up already. Yeah. And then we're gonna have to wait for the agar to spoil, which agar spoils fast. It's decay time. Yeah, this says 5 minutes, but I think it starts... That includes the production time, which for agar is not actually that long, but... Do I have any bio crud on me? Not really. All right, ash is making it around a little bit, and it looks like that is the limiting factor right now, is getting the ash fully bootstrapped. We do have, yeah, we have tree seeds. Excellent. Yeah, these aren't running full-time yet. It's trying. It's trying real hard to get itself turned on. I might need to bring it some more ash. But I think we're really just waiting for, like, the biocrud at the very end here to start spoiling. Because as soon as one of these turns on, the system's going to be a lot happier. And once this turns on, I can cut this power pole, and it will be self-powering. Oh, you don't have... Oh, I must have missed some... Yep, I did. And then this all actually won. Yeah, I think the hot molten salt is all actually one. It's just the small that isn't. The cool molten salt. All right, there we go. Hot molten salt. Oh, I should actually... This should be an overflow valve here, just because we never want this to be starved of steam, right? Because this is what actually keeps the system running. So yeah, this will slowly top itself off if it needs to. This will ensure that there's always space on this side for hot molten salt in case this backs up. And I think we are slowly but surely... Yeah, we just need to wait for more of this agar to kind of spoil as it backs up past each steam engine. I'm not sure, or not steam engine, power plant. I'm not sure how many of these we need running for this to stay on continuously and be able to, like, power the base. Oop. Or not power the base, power the power plant, I mean. But with two of these going, we might be just about getting there. Except that really it's that one that I want to cut, and I want all of these through here. Right? Because I want all of this running off of this infrastructure. I think that's right. And then, yeah, as more of these turn on, they'll push power into the next. I could probably go find some bio crud and get... Why don't I do that? Just get more of those things running a little bit on their own so that I'm more confident that it's going to stay active once I'm done with it. Because there should be, like, at least... Yeah. Some bio crud I can throw into a bunch of those. There we go. We're also still not fully bootstrapped on trees yet. We might need... What do you mean output full? Oh! That's bad. Alright. Fortunately, there's a lot of the biomass backed up on this side, so these guys should generate a bunch of ash again. All of these have bio crud, they're just waiting for trees. Yeah, I might need a little more ash to fully bootstrap this. That's my only concern. But yeah, we're running entirely off of this system now. Looks fine. These aren't running continuously yet, though, so obviously the overall base power situation is still bad. Alright, yeah, ash is still kind of the main issue here. Do I have some spare ash in this system? How am I doing this? The answer is yes. Not in the form of ash, but easily in the form of biomass here. Alright, that's looking better. This should be able to bootstrap itself. It generates more biomass than it needs for all of its ash. So, like, it should slowly turn on more and more frequently. As long as we don't get into issues with, and actually I could fix that, couldn't I? Actually, that might be worse. I think in the steady state I can turn that on, and then it'll always make sure that one of these is running. But I'm not sure that it is the right choice in the bootstrapping phase, or not. That's a good question. Also, how much ash loops through this whole system? 6. Okay. So that does fit on one side of a belt. We're not going to end up blocked here. Yeah, here we go. This is turning on more now. Okay. We're still bouncing on the edge of being stably powered. I still might need to add the second half of this to really get these guys running at full. Well, I can turn one of them off. Which might help the system allocate the load better across the different... This is running full speed. It seems like it is... doing okay. So I'm going to steal some of the fiber and use it to keep trying to start up this one. This side is also drawing more power right now, right? Because we have everything, you know, all of these furnaces are running full time right now to back up, and normally they'd only be running at like 2.8 out of 3. All of these furnaces are running because we don't have ash backed up yet. Like, everything's running full speed right now while the system is filling up. And as this reaches steady state, we'll be in better place with a lot of that too. But it does seem like ash is getting better. I'm seeing more ash more often. I'm seeing these running more frequently. Still not all the time. It's still kind of pulsy. But as these pulses get closer together, the biomass feeding into ash will get closer together, which will be more consistent ash feeding into this system, which is more consistent wood output. Like, it all kind of stabilizes on its own. Hopefully, at any rate. Yeah, we are seeing the fuel get further and further down this line as well. And that should mean that this is running more consistently. Not quite all the time, but more consistently. Yeah, this is running pretty much full-time down here, as expected. Oh, no, this is, like, kind of flipping to... But that's demand going down, I think, not... That's demand being bursty, not supply being bursty. Because, yeah, over here, everything that's running this system, the whole 60 megawatts of it, is doing fine. Yeah, I still might need the second half of this power plant. It's just a lot more buildings to add that I wasn't really expecting to need. Hoping I can get away without it once it, like, fully turns itself on. Well, I may as well just do it. What do I need for all this? Lots. Wait, I've got my shopping list in YAFC. Let's just grab the shopping list there. Okay, we're gonna need... Whoops. Basswood Forestry, X3. We're gonna need... wood processing units, 18. We're gonna need high pressure furnaces. We're gonna need seaweed crop facilities. Oh, and I should be putting the modules in too. Moss Farm 13. Biomass Power Plant 12. If I wanted to try to share some of this infrastructure, I've got like half buildings in here, and like I could save a building by redoing this to be sort of all a unified build instead of this partial. But That's effort. Don't need any more heat exchangers, don't need any more high-pressure steam turbines. I think that's everything. Oh, I will need one more. No, I've got the electric boiler. Okay. So yeah, this is all going to be like this part of it. I guess we can kind of put like did I manage to line that up? Nope, it's off by one. And that needs a spot for an outfall. Actually, I'm going to do this off the other edge. Because I already do have an outfall, whatever it's called, on this side. There we go. Alright, let's head down to base and let's grab everything we need. I'm also going to grab a few stacks of ash so I can actually get the wood fully bootstrapped while I'm down here. And between the two halves of this, once it's all actually fully running, this is something like a gigawatt of power. Which is to say, plenty of power. I just have to actually get it going. Alright, I have all my moss. I need a few more moon drops. Alright, I've got my tree thingies. I need a couple more of those. I need a couple more of those. A couple more of those. A lot more of those. We may not have enough of those on the way right now. I might have to make some. Yeah, not getting enough pipe. Oh, yeah, that's the other stuff I need to grab is, Alright, let's not have biocrud. Let's get rid of some of this stuff that I don't need. I know I grabbed the biocrud specifically, so I would have it to put in, but... Alright, well, I'm running out of pipes, which is ridiculous. Although I guess shouldn't be surprising, considering how many buildings I'm making and... especially since we're not consistently running at full power now. Okay, so I think all I'm missing is the biomass power plants. And what do I need for those? A lot of stuff. Mechanical parts, iron plates. Okay. I'm going to have to go take... Yeah, we can put those in after the fact, though. Even with only half the ones we need, getting the system fully up to par is going to be fine. The only thing I'm concerned about is having enough pipe, because apparently I am just out of pipes. And let's go grab some ash. I can grab a couple of stacks from my ash storage over here. Grab 6 stacks, and that's a stack for each forestry. And I'll just fully fill them with ash, and then their systems can, like, fully back up however they want. And the other thing I need to do is get my radar coverage grown over here, because these plants are getting outside of the sort of visible area. Other thing I need is, like, this stuff kinda here. Okay, let's try that again, because I just completely screwed up. Yeah, that goes there. That can go through there. So this is still... water. And then the boiler goes, like, I don't know, there. I don't love that. You know what? No, it's fine. This just goes, like, here into there, and now this all just connects fine. Ooh. Yeah, that's a problem. Those ones need to go that way, and this one needs to go this way. And water needs to go this way. Oh, I did not get enough belts down there either. Okay. I probably also need a bunch of inserters. Yeah, and a bunch of stuff that I was missing that I did not grab. Okay. All right. That should get this half running fully on its own now. Dropping all that ash in there. This'll turn itself on significantly faster. We'll stay topped up. We'll back up on ash. It'll be great. Hopefully we don't actually back up on... Hopefully we don't actually back up on biomass, because this is all going to back up soon. But all of these ones are running full time. Yep. Let's clear this. I think the only thing left outside of my normal requests is 6 more biomass burners. Apparently I need a little more seaweed. Okay. I can grab that up here, though. And, oh, I missed a moondrop greenhouse. And everything else I've got. I just need pipes. I just need belts. I mean, I say I just need pipes and belts as if those are going to be easy right now with my base in a shambles. But, you know. Belts I can grab. Pipes are a different story. Alright, as soon as Moondrop Greenhouse shows up in my inventory, I'm going to make a... Where would I have some iron, like, stashed in a box that I can just grab and handcraft a bunch of... I mean, I got some down here. Not a lot, but it's enough to get some of the pipe that I need going. Because that's the thing, is I need however many dozens and dozens of pipe up there to get the second half of that power plant fully turned on. Been a long time since I just built hundreds of pipe in my inventory, but apparently that's the world that we live in right now. Yeah, this is going through iron as fast as it can. We are pulling in a full belt of Pulling in a full belt of iron ore here. Alright, power seems like it's stabilized for now. Maybe. So I might not have to actually go turn on the second half of this immediately. I might be able to get away with leaving it in a partial state. Oh, I forgot to grab power poles when I was down there too. Shoot. Alright, if all I need is power poles and some gray inserters, hopefully those are actually down at the old base. And I can just do this. Alright, we're still going to need a lot more undergrounds up here, too. Okay. Yeah, we are stressing the base a little bit. I think with power being flaky, our iron production was slow for a while. And that's not helping this whole situation. I'm surprised we're not seeing more... Oh, okay, this is exactly what I was afraid of. Okay. Put too much. Put too much ash in the system, and it backed up a little bit. It's alright, I'll use this to bootstrap the other side here. This is actually, I think, 3.1 ball mills, so I should probably put the fourth one in on both sides here as well. Whenever the bots can get around to making that in the very overloaded bot mall. Okay, I need power poles, I need more undergrounds, I need gray inserters. If I can get at least 2/3 of those from the mall right now, I'll be reasonably happy. Woohoo! 4 pipe to ground. Alright, that should be all the pipe to ground that I need at least. And power poles are here. So all that's really left is a few of these things. Oh, they're all getting sucked into making yellow inserters. That's why I'm not seeing any there. Apparently we got one of those. No, we didn't. My bots were just... Oh, it was just construction range, I think. Okay. Running around here. Okay, we need some seaweed modules. That's easy. I can grab those from here. All right. Trees are all in up here. Trees are all in up here. Yes. And I can bring over more wood or tree seeds from the other side if I need to get this started, but hopefully... Yeah, that's a few tree seeds coming through. Which should be enough to get everything started, but I can grab some more from over here. There we go. Let that start running. Oh, moss. Why isn't moss working? Oh, it is. It just hasn't fully... All right. These are finally running stably. We've got ash backed up, but not backing up the rest of the system. We're pulling through CO2. Because this should be set as a, yeah, top up. So as long as the system's pulling CO2, we'll be able to burn the excess here. And then this just, well, tops it up. And then basically that. Now we should be able to run 3 of these pretty consistently off of this power plant. Once it's, I mean, this side's not bootstrapped yet, obviously. We're, kind of just now running. Yeah, I think... Yeah, moss is coming through now. That's why these aren't on yet. We're still waiting for moss to catch up to them. Oh, and it's ad break o'clock. I'm actually going to step away this time, so I will see everybody in 3 minutes. Okay, thanks for waiting, everybody. Sorry about the longer than usual break. Alright, is all of this turning on, is the question. I think the answer is approximately yes. Okay, so this also backed up on ash. It's kind of expected. This side, these are all running. And on this side, we're still backing up on biocrud, but there's plenty of fuel since we're still missing half of these buildings. Okay. So yeah, I think if I can get the other 6 of those biomass power plants in there, then this whole thing is like done, and this is just like a module that I can copy and paste around, and that'll be cool. So let's, while I'm up here, get this hooked up where it needs to be. So that I can actually see this whole power plant. Actually, it looks like I need 2 more. Really? I didn't have power here? Sure, this is not the first time that I've realized I did not have power coming through this part of the base, but that's okay. There we go. In theory, I need 1 more, but I think we're fine there. Ball mills and... okay, power plant is still completely blocked on me not having pipes because I was running out of iron, and there's nothing I can really do about that right now. Other than wait for the system to catch back up. I make 20 molten iron a second, and this turns... what's 4/5 of 18.75? So this makes 14 plates a second. Okay, so the better part of a full belt, coming off of a full belt of the raw iron ore right now. Don't think there's much else I can do other than to, well, actually, I could double this, couldn't I? Because my miners are stacking now. I have 30 items a second coming on this belt. So I could double my iron throughput. That's a thought. That would be a lot of demand for all sorts of things, though, if I wanted to try to do that. Oxygen might be okay. It might be okay. It might be worth doing. I'm not sure if I would trust it. Because what I could do is I could fully stack this then, right? Because right now this is like... I've got this poop shooting out one side and using outserters for the other half. But if I had two of these on either side of a belt from their poop chute, I could... yeah. I could saturate a whole belt much more easily with stacks. Because the poop chute stacks. That's the important thing. But... Huh. I might need to put some lane balancers in here. Because this pulls 15 items a second, and it's all preferring to pull from one side. And it's not draining this. And that's just because of... Again, belts are now 30 items a second because they stack. But if I do that, this should start pulling from this one again. Steel, mechanical parts, yeah, plates and pipe are going to be the hard part here. Intermetallics. Grab more steel there. Grab more small parts. Yeah, the... Alright, I just need 3 more of these, which is a bunch of steel and a bunch of plates. And then that power plant is done and I don't have to think about it. Steam engines. Circuit boards. Let's see, steel was fully saturated, so there's probably some in the... Nope, never mind. All right. This should be the last of the stuff up here. Alright, so this should be trying to top this up. Disabled by control behavior. Oh, because we have plenty of this. Okay. So yeah, until we drain the hot molten salt from this side, this isn't going to try to put more regular salt in here. Which will just kind of limit how frequently these run. Because I assume everything in here is blocked on, like, pressurized steam. Yeah. Because these are all running at like a third power. even with my base screaming at me. Yeah. Cool. So we added like a gigawatt to the system. That should keep us going for a while. Let's figure out why science is... I mean, probably science is stalled because I'm using all my plates for other things. That's a reasonable bet as to the cause of science being stalled. Oh, but I should have had a lot of the, like, direct plate input things, like, in queued. Yeah, this doesn't look like it ever slowed down. Indeed, it is red science. Pi 1, rather, I should say. And Pi 1 is missing glassware, and glassware is missing what? Rubber. And rubber is being sucked down probably because we're making parts and stuff here, and it's not making it past the mall? Or are we having issues with rubber production? That looks like the normal amount of latex coming in. Alright, well, we can increase rubber. This has been something we've been talking about for a few episodes now. And we do have a bunch of these Frog 2 modules, maybe kinda sorta. Yes we do. Oh, we have so many. Alright, bots, go forth! That should double the speed of all of my rock production. And we're going to find out if the moss and everything else inputs can handle that. Oh, right, they gotta be caged first. And... what's left? Oh, I have all this biomass that I need to get rid of. That can go away. Some other stuff can go away. Up with some extra buildings. Okay. Way at the start of this, I was thinking about steam power for things that are currently running on the main steam bus. Like this guy. Yeah, we do have a water pipe here. So let's, how do I best want to get water through here? This is going to be awful no matter what I do, I think. Maybe up here somewhere is the option. Oh, or down from up here. Cool. That is one thing that's off of this weird old steam bus. What was the other thing that was on it? Tin is on it, and this, like, minimal setup of old glass is still on it. Wherever that is. Oh, right next to me. So I think, again... Oops, that was too far. So that still goes down to tin. Just the ones up along here that we want to get rid of. And that should keep this running. Oh, I need to actually find water for it. Okay. Let's see here. Usually I could find water pretty easily. Here we go. Yeah, there's one right here. Yeah. 60 a second, uses 20 a second, so that's fine. And then tin down here is the last thing that's still on that steam bus. Now that power's fixed, this honestly shouldn't be a problem. And this tin, I don't know if I care enough to fix it. But getting the other things off of that should help keep the load on this a little more manageable. Because, like, we want this running enough that we can get 2 full belts of ash out. That's about all we care about. Anything beyond that is less efficient than basically any other way I could be making power. Especially now that we have the new, you know, this Jigawatt biomass template. Like, it's expensive to build, don't get me wrong. But I can copy and paste this down and have, you know... And I'll probably adjust it so that it's a little more copy and paste friendly, but... this is pretty close to being something that I can just paste a gigawatt around. And that is pretty cool. And yeah, it's running at about 1/3 capacity right now. Alright, what's up with steam to tin? Oxygen on rails, I think, is okay. I fixed, well, I hope I fixed the general base-wide oxygen. Yeah, this is fully saturated now. Plus, we have oxygen as a byproduct from processing down here, Nexolite from tailings. So I think we're good with oxygen as well. Okay, so this says the next thing in the system is aluminum and duralumin. I don't know if I actually need that right now. Like... I mean, okay, I always need more duralumin, but, like... Is that the highest priority of things to be thinking about? Like, it's plenty backed up in the system. I have a lot of duralumin. Chromium has stopped for some reason, though. Let's look at chromium. Ooh, did I break this thing's mining fluid connection somewhere? I absolutely did. Okay, that's an easy fix at least. All right, that's chromium back. What are the next things I need to be thinking about? I guess the next thing, if I look at my to-do list, like this aluminum and duralumin were both, I mean, fine to-do items, but I don't think they're super urgent. I don't think duralumin is a limiting factor in my ability to make buildings right now. I think I do generally have enough now that my alloy processing is mostly functional. We're still having fuel issues, which... Did we actually resolve our wood issues? Do we have enough? Well, we have enough, ash at least. And moss looks good all the way down as well. Why are you off? Eh? What? Oh. How did I do that? I wonder if that one has always been backed up and I just never noticed. In theory, that's in construction bot range. So the construction bots will fix that on their own. I don't have to go over there. So I think the next thing to keep thinking about is bees. Bees are going to be a big thing. So let's work on bees. I've been making bee modules and bee eggs, which is great. So if we go to YAFC, find the bees tab. Oh god, I started doing other things in here. Let's clear some of this out. Oh, I know why I had... Ooh, hey, you can undo. Okay. I had all this because I wanted to see, like... How many queens do I actually need to keep science rolling at Pi Science 2? That doesn't mean it's all the bees that I'm gonna need, but, like, this is the minimum build to keep things moving. And you'll notice there are things in here that we haven't built or that we haven't built on Rails yet. So the things to go for are the missing dependencies of bees so that we can build bees at least up to the scale we need for the next science. So I think getting Ulrichs started would be good. Apparently Ulrichs are also just generally good for slaughtering, as far as having a decent balance of the various animal products. From what I've been seeing in the Pi Discord, a lot of people choose Ulrichs as their kind of main slaughtering animal, which is something to keep in mind. Oh, and this only has the slaughtering parts of Arquads. We also need Arquad honey. Oh, which is just more honeycomb. Yeah, never mind. Oh, but that does have to happen at an apiary. Yeah. So we're going to need a few apiaries making honeycomb. We're going to need a few apiaries making archoids through the various stages of archoid nests. And we're going to need a couple that are doing queens to... where's queens? Queens, here we go. When we make the eggs, we're going to use queens, and there's a chance that the queens die, right? So we need 14 micro queens a second of input, which is hilarious. And that's basically 2 of these apiary hydrocarbon plants making queens from nests. And we can make the nests without queens. We need the queens to make eggs without using the creature chamber, because right now we're making all of our eggs in the creature chamber. So that's going to be what we're going to want to get set up, is we're going to start rolling for queens. And in order to do that, we need nests, and we need natural gas, because the queens want natural gas. Nests need the maggots, and the maggots need the honeycomb, and the honeycomb needs ulrichs. So our next 2 things are going to be natural gas and ulrichs. Those are decent to-do list items. Okay. So natural gas, here, let's do this from this view. For natural gas, we get natural gas from raw gas and a little bit of gasoline in a compressor, and we get raw gas from, let's see, a pump jack, which pulls it from anywhere, so that's not the ideal situation. We want to find a natural gas location and build a derrick, I think. And if we look for that, I don't see it. So yeah, if I build one of these natural gas derricks, yeah, it can only be built on resources. So we need a natural gas patch, which I guess we just haven't found yet. That seems wild to me, but it is totally possible. Do we have... Yeah, bitumen seeps. Oh, you build them on bitumen seeps. Okay. Okay, so we need to feed it drilling fluid, and then eventually it stops taking drilling fluid and will generate... Oh boy. Alright, let's find a reasonable place where we could maybe hook up to our rails. Let's go down here. We're going to drop this natural gas thing in place, and we're going to figure out what we have to do to get this going. All right. So yeah, requires drilling fluid. Any of the 4 types, apparently, and then eventually it'll start outputting natural gas. Okay. So in that case, how make drilling fluid? Sand, soil, clay, and water. Okay. Soil and clay are basically free. Sand is also basically free. We already have sand on the bus, right? Over at where we're making coal processing? Not on the bus, on rails? Yeah, we have sand. Soil we make on site. Clay we make on site, right? Because clay is just steam. Yeah, and water's free. Yeah. So, except for sand, which I think is hard to get in a byproduct-free sort of way. Indeed. Except for sand, we have easy access to most of the things we need here. Is this the one I want to be mining, though, is the question. Because I could also find... Yeah, there's a couple down here. I mean, either way, I think we extend this down, we add a branch over here, and then we can make a station here just for raw gas. So let's, how am I on rails? How am I on signals? That one or this one? This is the question. Let's just do this one. Do I have strong feelings? I don't know. Maybe. Where is it? Oh. There we go. Put the building down so I can actually see what I'm doing. Then put down, I think, one more T here. Okay, I'm going to need a bunch more tracking stuff, obviously. We're going to have a fluid pickup, which is just the raw gas here. Okay. And then I need a fluid drop-off for mining fluid, I guess. Okay. Drilling fluid. All right, and all the signals are mad because their rails aren't in place, and there's not a lot that I can do about that. So let's go grab a bunch of rail. Let's hope that the base has managed to build at least a few pipes in the interim. I'm probably going to need stuff for more signals. And then I'm going to need to make the actual mining fluid factory somewhere on the tracks. That will be a fairly low, should be fairly low volume, though. I'm not super concerned about that. Sucking up a million resources. Because that'll just, like, buffer a bunch, and once it's buffered, it'll be available for the next thing that needs it. Cool, we're still not building pipes. Or we're building pipes, we're just not building pipes fast enough. Let's be clear about the situation. Let's see, where's rails? Grab a bunch of rails. I have belts. I need the stuff for signals, probably, which is just plates. Oh, here we go. Oh, and I got the ball mills. I should go up and put those in place eventually, too. I don't think it's the highest priority. Alright. Pipes are still catching up. Other than that, I think we're okay. I can make a stack of those by hand myself. And then... what's this made in? A mixer. 4 seconds for 50. So if I wanted to grab, like... how expensive are these? Titanium, tanks, washers, alright. Let's get all this on the mall for the mixer, because I'm going to need a stack of these. So mixer, when we look, am I actually making the 80 KL tanks, or do we just have some that got tossed around spare? I think we just have some that got tossed around spare. Yeah, on the way one. So let's get those tanks up here as well. Pipe. Pipe is going to be the problem. Okay. Well, I'll let the base continue to try to catch up on pipes. I could always make another pipe machine if I really need to, or upgrade my machines to blue assemblers. I don't feel like I should have to do that. Oh, and for the curious, I didn't expand this because this path is functioning right now as a turnaround for a bunch of these stations for stuff that needs to go to them until I rebuild this stuff to be correctly on little offshoots like it's supposed to be. This is just what we have to deal with. And then eventually I will be able to take this and use it as another fork somewhere if I have to. But for now, building this stuff down here, I now have like a bunch of places I can fork off more bits of rail as needed. So I think we're going to be in pretty good shape there. I don't necessarily want the whole system to just be like a single very long line with a bunch of forks off of it. I do want to add some loops. I want to add multiple paths for trains to take. But I also don't want it to I also do want to try to keep it... I want to keep it moving efficiently, right? Which is a combination of, like, having it well spread out so that things aren't in the way of each other, so that each of our sort of factories is popping off the side of these things. And then, like, what I probably need to do here is take this and go this way and this way, right? And then we'll have, like, a square here. And then I should probably do something similar, like, here... Right, like this is quickly kind of becoming the backbone line here, and I think that's okay. But just making sure that we have multiple routes and we're kind of, I don't know. I'm trying to think vaguely in terms of like road hierarchy, how I would in like City Skylines, but okay. So if all of this got built, and it looks like it did, why no power? Where power broken? Oh. Hopefully that was the issue. I'm not sure if that power pole is in, like, exactly the right place, but it's close enough. Oh, I gotta get radar coverage down here, too. But yeah, we're powered. We just need the drilling fluid now, I think. And then this will push out raw gas, which can go to processing somewhere. B times B times, oh, the random number. Okay. So because this is a tier 1 building, it'll only generate so much resources. Interesting. And because we only have tier 1 drilling fluid, I assume. I didn't, like, see if I could make better drilling fluid, but I assume that's something I have to research. Yes. And that is after blue. So I have quite a ways to go before I can get better drilling fluid. So that's good to know. I don't want to tap too many of these too early. Let's find a place where I can make drilling fluid. I mean, boy, is it tempting to do right here where I've already got sand, where I've already got other things, but let's do this right, and let's build ourselves another offshoot somewhere. I definitely do need to get another, like... I think I probably want to build one chunk down and then do, like, a chunk over. Give myself another... Or maybe I should do this section like I was talking about doing, and then I've got a bunch of space here. But I want to give myself more space closer in to split factories off of. And, like, my main drag is getting pretty full, especially since I haven't refactored that yet. So let's see if we can make some space where we can split more factories off and kind of get everything. Actually, I'm gonna just do this as a corner for now. I can always change it. But yeah, this is just a bunch of a new backbone section that I can run rail to or run other factories off of the side of, and it kind of connects the two halves of the base with a second path so that if we ever do have train backups or anything, we will have space to for alternate routes for trains to go around, etc. And I'm going to need to come back with many, many more thousands of rails and dozens of signals and all sorts of other stuff. I am aware of that. And because it all is a grid, oh, look at that, it actually connects. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. All right, that one does need to stay as a chain signal. Then I think up here we're fine. Yeah, that one will become a chain signal. The other ones are fine. That'll become a chain signal. The other ones are fine. Okay. How am I doing on... I've got plenty of landfill, too. Okay. So yeah, this will let me start adding more stations that kind of poke up this way into this space where I've got other things going on. And I really should go refactor the lead stuff. But I want to get the natural gas going. At least get the drilling fluid station running and go from there. Alright, so drilling fluid is only going to have sand as an input, and everything else is on site. Soil's on site, clay's on site, water's on site. So this will be a nice, short, one solid drop-off, one liquid pickup station. Let the bots charge, catch up on their mess. Alright, it is at o'clock again. I will be back in just a few minutes. Top up my water. And then for the rest of the ad break, once I've got more water, I will just be doing this. And getting the bots, building all this. All right, let's go ahead and just keep laying track. There's a lot of this track to lay. That is a long, long track. Okay. Oh, I'm out of track. All right. Back up to the top of the base it is then. Ooh, this is probably bad. Welcome back from the break, everybody. Just noticed I had some dead drills here. There's still a lot of rail to lay here, obviously, to get this full sort of second side connection done. But I have kind of the main bit here where I'll be able to set up the factory for the drilling fluid. And then just laying all this is going to take a few minutes of walking around with bots. All right, let's just go ahead and grab as much of that as I can there. We will grab a couple stacks of these. We will grab... Do I have big electric poles on? Surely I have them somewhere. They're up here? Yes. They're not getting concrete. There's ash on my concrete belt. That's concerning. Does that happen all the time? Or did it just happen for a little while and now it won't happen again? Let's see. This is concrete. Oh yeah, we don't really handle filtering out the ash. Okay, these all just need to be whitelisted for concrete then. We actually don't need this many of them. Take a stack so the bots aren't constantly trying to bring it to me. But yeah, we're gonna have random ash intermixed on this concrete belt all the frickin' way up, aren't we? That is not great. Let's find that up here where we're making this. And yep, there's already whitelist on ash. And drop a chest. Do I have everything I'm gonna need for at least getting the stations built? I think so. Did I get the mixers going correctly? I did. All right, let's just go grab all of those. I don't know how many I'm actually going to end up wanting to make, but... Oh, and I'm going to need clay pits as well, and I'm going to need a couple electric boilers. So let's... clay pits. Oh boy, pipes. And I'm going to assume I don't have those. No. Whatever, bring me a stack of them, I don't care. And then what do I need to be able to make clay pits while we're waiting on just plates and steam engines? Okay. Because I don't want to wait for the, What is backing up my inventory? Oh, turn on always trash again. That would help. I don't know how you ended up in here, but you can go into one of these. Cool. I've got the stuff for however many of those I'm actually going to need for however much of the rest of the stuff I build. I think that's everything I'm going to need for now. Head down here, and once I've got this thing up and running and starting to push mining fluid towards this station down here, then we can keep building out the rest of this, and somewhere along there we will think about doing, well, one, oops, I need to fix this. I just need to decide to do it. Not gonna be hard, I just have to do it. Because these are all, like, the inputs here for... It's just a matter of finding a spot, I think, where I can get a couple of spurs stuck out, where it's going to be properly grid aligned, and I don't actually care if I disrupt this stuff, honestly, but I don't want to have to do a complete rebuild of it. So... you know, if I can get them, like, coming down here and then run the pipes and the belts over, that might be good enough. And then, like, this coal one and this fiber one could be, like, one spur up here, probably. There's options. Like I said, I just have to decide that I want to do it. But once I do that, I will have a better idea of what I can use down here as far as spurs off of this track that go north. I'll be able to remove this one and use it for something. This one also needs a spur added, and this changed from a funky custom station to what I've done elsewhere. Although... I kind of like that funky custom station. That one's fun. So maybe I leave that one. I don't know. Okay, so this is going to have a solid drop-off and a liquid pickup. Fluid pickup, I should say, although in this case it is a liquid. All right, you are going to request sand. 30 stacks of sand. And you will provide the mining fluid. Okay. So if I drop down one of these guys, and I say we want to make, for you, sweet syrup. All right, don't know what that is. Drilling fluid. What do we need from this thing? We are going to need... Oh, it does not use very much of anything at all, does it? 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/4 to make 12.5. So that's 25. 50? Sure, let's call it 50 a second. And we have 3 ingredients, so the other 2 will be clay and sand off of red belts. Or sorry, with red inserters, I mean. Although it's probably better to do it with the inner one being the double resource. Right? Because then we can do... Because these aren't quite as fast as these, and I think we're still going to need 2 of them. That way I don't need, like, 3 or 4 of these guys for whatever I put on the outside. Cool. That was not right. From this one. And from that one. And from that one. So for 1.25 soil a second, how many soil washers? Oh, I didn't grab soil washers. Can I make soil washers? I can. Or sorry, soil extractors. 1.25 soil a second is, oh, just 1 soil extractor. No, 1.25 times 4. Sorry. That's 5. That's 3 soil extractors. Okay. And then last but not least is going to be the clay pits. And if I need 5 clay a second, what does that look like? Oh, that's a lot of these. It's 1.5. That's 3. That's 6. Okay. And they use 50... Ouch. Sorry. 1.5. 3, yeah. 6 a second is 8 soil. Yeah. Or 8 clay pits. Technically, I think we only need 7 because that would be 5 1/4, which is what we need. But only 7. Yeah, this is 2, 4, 6. But, yeah. Then the other thing is going to be figuring out how much steam this needs. Each of these will use 25 a second, and one of these guys makes 60 a second. So 8 would be... See, this is where I should just have rate calculator installed, but I don't. 50. 4 of them is 100. Just under 200. So 3 of these? Question mark? Yes. 3 boilers. And I will have to grab those when I am up at base as well. But I will put down the ghosts. Here-ish. All right, these have water. These have water. Each of these has water. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. Signals should be fixed there now. Question is, why aren't we getting sand delivered to this one yet? There's plenty of sand here. Train limit of 1, thank you. 30 stacks. Yeah, we should be getting a order of sand, and it's not doing it, and I'm not sure why. That's not ideal. I will have to figure that out. Okay, so these are all getting their soil now. Some of these should turn on with a little bit of clay. So that just leaves the sand, which I'm going to have to figure out. Did I request the wrong thing? This is just normal sand, right? Does that say? Smallest part of a rocky planet. Okay. I read it as plant, and I was very confused. So I need 2 more boilers. I need 1 more clay pit. I need to understand why a train has not been dispatched for this yet. Because, like, there's trains available. This has 20,000 sand available. This one wants, well, I can't see it now because I am too far away and I don't have radars. So I will definitely need to try to debug what's going on with that. Once I get back down there, and then... Well, then we'll have raw gas, and I'll be able to start doing natural gas processing. That'll be another spur that I'll have to build somewhere. I went way too far this way, didn't I? Once natural gas processing is running... The other thing for bees... Oh, is getting Ulrichs, of course. And then we're kind of working backwards on science, right? We're going to be like... I'm going to start setting up a factory somewhere with the right number of bits for each tier of science, and we're going to have to figure out what we're making enough of right now and what we aren't. Because these are making... You know, these make 3 in however many seconds, 15 seconds. Okay, so it is 0.2 a second. 0.4 times 6. D is 24 a minute that we're making here right now. Is that right? That seems like a lot. I feel like I only needed 16 a minute. Although maybe this does just make more than I need. .2 times 60 is, yeah, 12 a minute, 24 a minute. And we only need 16 a minute. Oh, so this might already be scaled big enough. 2 of these. I'll have to double check that. For what the next tier of science is. What was I getting when I was here? I wanted boilers. I wanted... a couple more of the clay pits. That was the thing. I just need iron plates, and I can make myself electric boilers. I can make a couple myself. Okay, that should be everything I need there. What do I need to be able to make more radars? Oh, needed iron plates. Perfect. I've got a bunch of radars too. Got to get radar coverage down on that newly built area. Oh, that combinator didn't actually get built. That's the problem. Alright, now we're gonna get the request. Just fine. Okay, that should be the output of that. We should have a train. Yeah, picking up here now. Beautiful. Let's get our radars put in place so that we're not quite so blind all the time. All right, well, I think while we're just waiting for... it's going to take a long time for this train to fill, just because... Oh, there it goes. Sand is slow because it stacks to 200. It's not as bad as ash, but it is a slow train, or rather a higher latency train. While we're waiting for that whole system to turn on, I can just do this. Walk through here, let the bots do what they need to do. That should be our sand train. Yes. Hey, drilling fluid. And it's in here. Yep. And that's just going to take a minute for this to fill up enough to get issued the request for this one. Right? Minus 70? Yeah. Alright. Oh, and this only wants like 2,000 drilling fluid. Alright. So yeah, that'll get a load of it, and then probably I'll have to switch that, turn it into like a pseudo provider station or something, so it'll try to get rid of what it has. I'm not really sure what the best way to handle that is. My rail network's not really designed for things that only need like a couple thousand of a fluid, so that's gonna take some sort of adjustment. Not that drilling fluid Mark 1 is expensive, but I'm sure the higher tiers will be a little less something that I want to just leave around. All right, I think this path is fully connected now. I don't see any purple on the map at any rate. Yeah, only up to a few thousand so far. So that'll take a few more minutes, but it is running just fine. Power is still good. Check on this power plant, make sure that it looks fine. It looks fine. Interesting. So this system is basically run out of ash because it's stalled, which is fine. There's lots of wood and logs backed up here. But it's not quite enough logs, because the stack of a log is 80, and I think that's what my thresholds are all set to for, like, seed insertion. Is 100. Yeah. So this needs a little bit more, yeah, stuff to come through before it'll quite hit 100 in this. And what could happen here, and it doesn't look like it's gonna happen, it looks like we're gonna get just enough ash coming through, is that this will just keep trying to put seedlings into here, even though there's no ash. And that would be bad. So that's something to keep an eye on, is if that can actually be a failure case of this system. I assume this one's in pretty similar shape. Yeah, although this has more ash. That's probably something to do with how, like, the molten salt being pulled is being prioritized, and when this pump can fire versus when these buildings can empty, and but yeah, this is running, still running at about third. I wouldn't have expected it to be running significantly faster yet. Alright, should I work on lead? I should work on lead. I don't want to, but it needs to get done. What is this? Oh, titanium patch. I don't think I care about this titanium patch. Somehow, I doubt I'm ever going to use it. Okay, so then we're going to have a solid pickup station here. Except this is going to be like the elongated one. Nope, am I out of rails? I am out of rails. All right. Because this will need to have a station limit that is, you know, non-zero or higher than 1. Because this is an ore station and ore just is not that dense. And then, oh, up here will need to be a circle. Not that we can build it yet. And then we're also going to need, ooh, yeah, where all of this here is kind of like just halfway between everything. That was not great, was it? Didn't realize that I was building this like on top of this station. I was not paying close enough attention. Actually, this one all needs to go too. And it will need to be, yeah, all of these acetylene pipes will need to get... I at one point had a deconstruction planner, and I don't now. Let's just do pipes. Oh, there's not that much left in this. I can just take this apart. All right. I think that's right. Signal-wise, hopefully close enough that it won't break anything at any rate. Yeah, I've got a signal here somewhere. Can't see it. Don't know if it's the right signal. Yeah, that all looks right-ish. I still don't have enough rail. I'm going to have to go back up and get more rail. That's fine. So the other piece of this that I'm going to need is the liquid drop-off station, fluid drop-off. And this needs acetylene at a whole tank's worth. Okay. So I think I just need a bunch of rail down here. Apparently I have had all the right signals. Maybe. Might need to grab some more signals too. That looks like it doesn't need to be there. Otherwise, chain in, rail out. This needs signaling, like, entirely. Oh, and I can't do it until the right. You can't build signals on ghosts. Let's grab a couple hundred rail again. Get this going. I'm curious if we have gotten... Oh, it's still mining. Okay. Thought I had a bunch of rocks that I didn't... Maybe I did get them all in here. Maybe I did. At any rate, we should be... Ooh. Not making enough. Why? Yeah, sap and moss. Okay. I might need to keep more in the loop here. More sap and moss. Because, like, these guys are just disabled by control behavior. Moss is trying to go all the time. But I just don't have enough moss coming in to keep this saturated. So I'm not really quite running double, am I? I'm running at... 6 out of 9, sometimes 7. Yeah. Not quite half speed, but I'm gonna have to put that in the list of things to fix. Alright, well, we have glassware now. So now we are stopped on... Cool. Ooh. Why are we suddenly low on sodium hydroxide? I don't like that. That makes me nervous that something was going wrong somewhere. But I don't know where. It seems like it's okay now. Which makes me even more nervous, because I missed whatever was broken with it. Take a 50... 50... Okay. think... Hopefully I've got everything I need now to go finish that lead station. There's still more stations that need to be fixed up down there, obviously. So that should now be... Oop, we got a little bit of extra stuff here still. This is powered. These need acetylene still. This I can drop all of the lead ore in. But this should already have an acetylene request in, and there should already be a train up at the acetylene system. Or don't have any acetylene because it's backed up on CO2. In which case, we're not going to get this train coming ever. That stinks. What am I going to do about CO2 right now? Is a question. And I don't really have an answer other than store more of it. Alright, Nexalate hydrogen and carbon makes olefins, and olefins can be organic solvent. With some other stuff can be gasoline. So there is potential there. There's probably other stuff I can do with it too. But right now, it is just straight up in the way. Cow trap? Is that my CO2 up here? Yeah. So I'm just gonna like... Nope, ripped ground in the way. Let's not put it there then. I had 8 of those tanks in my inventory. We can do that. That should unblock this whole system from running now. For a little while. Get a little bit of acetylene going again. The other thing I can do, of course, is once again leach it from the main base. I am disinclined to do that, but maybe I should have that as like an emergency. Just set it up as a top off, right? And that way, when this backs up again, it'll top off from the main base's acetylene system. But yeah, that's about what I expected that acetylene pipe to do as soon as I started trying to pull from it. Okay, we do have enough to dispatch again, though. And we should see that happen. Yes. All right. So that's basically lead mining. The other parts of lead over here... Maybe I should have made this a full cloverleaf and I could do more of the lead stuff down here. Because, like, putting the stations here wouldn't be too bad for some of this. Because I've got, I think, 4 stations for lead processing. We've got molten lead, solid lead, stone, and the everything input. Oh, and hot air. So 5 stations. Coal and this fiber, I want to put on like their own. I could actually probably do it like right here. All right. Well, that's one thing that's sort of working. Science is still a little slow, but sort of working. That's still... Oh. How are we possibly low on saline? This should be impossible. This should seriously be impossible. Did I F something up down here? Alright, that's a top up. From over here. Oh, I did! When I put copper in place, I pasted right over the saline pipe. I've gotten far too comfortable using, like, force build instead of just normal shift clicking. And it shows. Where do I need to be north of here? Okay. 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Yeah, that'll overflow to this system, and then this system overflows to the rest of the base now. And that should be keeping this running continuously. Yes. Alright, that was the problem. Or one of the problems. And then this is... Oh, this actually stalled out. Beautiful. Is this full already? No. Oh, I just didn't build. Let's go drop those inserters in place. Right, this can actually be a double belt because of its, Well, I think this will only ever actually be 15 items a second, or a little more than that. It won't go up to the full 30. I could actually go up to the full 30 if I wanted with a few more miners. I didn't think of that when I was building this patch, because these put out, again, 2 at a time, they stack. I could put 2 of these side by side and get a little more throughput on the stacked belt. I'm still not really used to thinking with stacked belts. It's a problem. But yeah, this should be significantly faster now. Yeah, when there's a train here, this doesn't really fill up anymore. So it should be able to issue a request for another one, because this has a train limit. But this may not have the necessary train limit. Only 2? Yeah. So that's going to be the thing, is when I put this on its own separate little siding, I'm going to need to have space for multiple trains. Oh, and I didn't even put signals here. All right. Now we have the actual train limit properly set. But this will fill itself up. That's fine. I'm gonna burn through some acetylene. That's fine. How much? Okay, so yeah, we're pretty full on molten lead, so this should only run a little bit before, like, this side backs up and decides it has enough. Because I think there is indeed plenty of lead in the system. If I go up here and look at this setup, yeah, we're just not pulling it through that fast. I mean, we're outputting some, but it's not significant quantities. I might need to lane balance this. Regardless. Oh, and look at that. These are coming fast enough. At least for now. These trains are able to come fast enough to keep this topped up, which is really good as well. That was one of my concerns, was that we wouldn't be able to manage that. Maybe I do just take all this apart. I really don't want to. I'd prefer to just get wherever I can stick it, probably here. Put a train down here, and that'll be all the stations for all of this stuff. And once I get all those stations out of the way, or I do it here, I switch this to a full clover leaf. Which would actually be really efficient, right? Because we'd just be, like, right across the bridge for lead drop-off. So maybe that's what I need to do, is remove the trumpet here and put in a full clover leaf. I'm not totally sure. But I think I'm going to call it here for today. It's a beautiful day out. I want to enjoy the sun while I can. And I think some amount of reasonable progress has been made. So I think we can call it here. We're partway to natural gas. This is still mining. We're still drilling, rather. And up at this end, we were able to get another power plant, which was kind of a detour, but important. Like, this is a whole nother gigawatt of power, which is fantastic. And it's a gigawatt that I think is finally copy and pastable. I thought this was going to be copy and pastable, and then I found problems with it. But this one I think is copy and pastable. So that'll be great. What else did we get done? I mean, lots of little bug fixes around the base, as always. But yeah, next time, looking at the to-do list, I think getting natural gas finished up the rest of the way, figuring out what I need to do to start Ulrichs and getting them on rails somewhere. And like with those two things, I can start to set up gambling for queens. And I expect that to be even worse than gambling for Brock 2s is, which is why I'm trying to get this set up now. There's a lot more that I need to do for the next science than just get bees going, but they're going to take a long time, and I want to be able to just let them run in the background. So that's what we're going to do. All of the... where is it? Up here, all of the... Oh, we're out of cDNA, okay. So this has made as many of these as it's going to make. 33 of them. I might need more. But, like... These 330 eggs might not be enough to actually get the queens that we need. So, we're going to have to keep running that for quite a while. I'm going to drop off the rest of this cDNA in my inventory. We're going to have to run that for a long time. We're going to have to run a lot of crafts trying to make sure that we actually can get these things started. And then, again, while they're rolling, I mean, if I look at Pi Science 2, like, there's a bunch of other stuff that we're going to need, like getting mechanical parts running to a level where I can use them for science. I'm not sure what's on the mall is going to be good enough for that. You know, we're going to need a lot more solidified Sarkarus. This doesn't spoil, though, so, like, probably what we're going to end up with is, like, a big cotton gut build on rails, so we can get Sarkarus for both tiers of science. Same thing with basic substrate, right? Basic substrate is used apparently everywhere. So we'll want to... ooh, look at that. Orange concrete. We'll want to do some stuff with that as well. Oh, what is this different recipe for Pi Science 1? Anyway. There's a lot of stuff to make for Pi Science 2, right? For us to get this going. We haven't even looked into casein, which is gonna come from milk, right? Yeah, Corlex milk. Acetic acid, which I hope I can make from acetone. Nope. Methanol and CO2 and chromium. Or guts. Anyway, these are all of the things. A lot of that's going to require more of the oil processing, which we haven't really started yet, which we'll also want for loaders, of course. So yeah, don't know exactly what the full priority order of all that stuff is. One thing at a time. First things first, dependencies of, oh, hey, 100,000 automation science. Yikes. First things first is dependencies of the, bees. And then, like, We're going to have to start working on getting condensates and naphtha pulled out of this. So we're going to have to find a naphtha sink. And, you know, I mean, I don't know what that looks like for now. I mean, rare earth minerals will use some of it for mining. There's a syngas recipe that uses it. Apparently tall oil, which isn't great. Or diesel here. So, anyway, natural gas is going to have byproducts that we need to figure out how to sink. All that's going to be on rails. We're doing everything new is on rails, right? So, lots more to do with all of that on Thursday's stream. So tomorrow is, as usual, Kerbal Space Program. Thursday, probably Pi, and then Friday is almost certainly going to be more Crestorio, because I was enjoying that, and it seemed like everyone else was as well. So thanks very much, everyone who's tuned in. Thanks for everyone who watches on YouTube. Sorry this was a little bit of an unfocused stream, but it is what it is. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. And if you're watching on YouTube and would care to do anything to feed the algorithm, that's always super helpful for a small channel like mine. And it'll help us get closer to that 100 sub goal, so you can all see me suffering through everything spoiling in the swamp of Gleba. So yeah, thanks again, everybody, and I will see you all next time.